The people here in Vietnam, they're waking up early. Now it's 6 a.m., but everybody walking around. So I want to confess, I want to admit something. I'm not actually a teacher. What what's being shared here is not special knowledge, not special information. This is just a sharing of empty-headedness. So if you can be empty-headed, then you are just like me. Now I'm looking for the coffee shop. No, I'm not Lex Luthor. I'm more like Superman. Well, I already talked to some people about this. There's a young man, Mr. Whale, who he was telling me that I'm, you know, good morning, good morning. No, I'm very fat, too fat. Uh, he was telling me I look, I'm Lex Luthor. I'm looking Lex Luthor. And I told him, no, you got that wrong. I'm the Superman. I'm the superhero. I'm the positive protagonist. Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. The ego as being a quote, an idea of a separate person that defends the shit pile or lifts up or protects the shit pile that the body and mind actually is. Just a pile of shit. And then, this is some of the work is, why are we flushing all of our shit down the toilet when the shit is some of the best stuff that you can get your hands on? Don't we like fruits? Don't we like vegetables? Don't we like to eat the things from the earth? So our shit is really good. Don't we like the beautiful flowers, the fragrant flowers? So my vision, one of my visions is to one day have a garden with, a community with many people shitting together, eating together, and collecting those feces and composting it and then giving it, giving it to the fruits and to the wonderful things. To be nourished from the feces from the community. Is it Sunday in America? It's automatic. And it's amazing to see all of these beautiful houses and beautiful structures around here. Well, I don't think the worry for children in America is that they're going to have a former Buddhist monk doing Mongolian throat singing around them. I think it's a matter of neglect for a lot of children in the world. But there's always I Show Speed, so hopefully I Show Speed will help to raise the children of America when their parents are not available. Are you gay? I don't know if you're gay. And I don't really care that much, or at all, if you're gay or not. Keep your sexual preferences to yourself. Generally, it's a good rule. Our sexual interests and sexual preferences should not be the cornerstone of our identity. Our identity should be a lot bigger and more contemplative and comprehensive than what our sexual preferences and sexual desires are. Well, I'm not a monk now, so there's no reason for me to be practicing with monks right now. Why aren't you in a temple practicing with monks? Oh, you're always going to have preferences. I mean, even if you're as enlightened as the Buddha or something like that, you know what I mean? The Buddha still had likes and had dislikes. Still had preferences, right? The Buddha could still maybe see that this person is an a-hole and that person is really wise and compassionate. It's just that we're not defined by our likes. We're not defined by our desires, not defined by our fears. Kind of to be free from definition. Wouldn't that be nice? To be free from definitions. Okay, coffee shop number 1. Good morning. Can I have the cappuccino? Hot?
You wait me for 10 minutes?
Yes, I wait for you. Okay. I know. I was a monk for 7 years, and maybe this is like a monk mentality. You could call it a monk mentality. And this is the mentality that makes me feel most free and happy and at peace. And is the most realistic to me, this kind of mentality, this way of being. Oh, that's not true, Gigi. The practice of meditation and the practice of Buddhism, anyone can get involved with that. Anybody can work with that. If you don't teach me something right now, I swear to Buddha. Well, that's what I said at the beginning. I said, I'm not really a teacher. This is just an opening. Just a sharing of an opening. Sharing of an opening. Should we see how the Wi-Fi is here? Eight six eight six 86. Okay, let me know how the connection is. Thank you. I hope you're well too. Nobody gave me this jacket. I bought it. It was like a couple dollars. Did I get a massage last night? No, I did not. Oh, there's not really a next step. If you have to use the toilet, then go to the toilet. If you're hungry, then go to eat. I don't see very much realistic separation in my experience. So my experience is just my experience as it is. My experience is just like this, you know, like consciousness is just like this. From stealing that from Ajahn Sumedho. So us as human beings, you know, we're not separate.
This is for free.
Free hot tea.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a lot of changing.
You want a cappuccino hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. When does the closing of the mind come in? You have to be a little bit more specific. I don't necessarily know what you're talking about. How can I get peace? Another stolen teaching, but we'll work with it. Remove how, remove can I, and remove get. And there's your peace right there. Well, a lot of the spiritual path can be minimizing awareness. And you don't want to minimize awareness. You want to maximize awareness. You want to turn awareness to full screen. You know, turn the way that it is right now to full screen, to 100%. Do you see what I'm saying there? To turn awareness to 100%. Because there's not so much more that you can tap into when you don't have a deep and consistent and constant relationship with awareness. You see what I'm saying? You just get lost in the thoughts about things rather than the things themselves, and then being able to make use of those things directly. Hello. Okay, come on. Eight six 86. Well, I'm going to do my best to not pretend in any way while being here. It sure is nice to not be wrapped up in that neurotic mess. It's a friend that I know too well, but a friend nonetheless. Hey, Jimmy. Keep your cool, Jimmy. Keep your cool. I'm not gay. I'm not gay, and I probably have more to say about gayness than I should. But that's not really the topic of this live stream. Well, a lot of people have totally lost any connection to their intention. Uh, let me let me say this, Siyoato. A lot of people have lost any connection at all to their intention. They don't know what their intention is. And they're just acting and reacting and kind of revolving in thoughts. So sciences are just all about practicality. You know, it's how you make a meaningful, practical impact on the world. So it's not just about thinking about things. So you don't need to have an intention. So I would say my ideal is to be intentionless, right? But when you think that you have an intention, but you haven't actually like stopped and turned your mind around to look at your own mind because you've never been taught to be able to do that, you basically have no idea about what your intention is, and you're just rolling and cycling in action and reaction. And you totally lose, when you're like that, stuck in a whirlpool of thoughts, you totally lose your connection to any kind of practicality, any kind of practical engagement with the world. Yeah, Matt, a big potato, a big rotten potato is at the bottom of it. I don't see what you said, Suyato, so you might have to say that again. Oh, when do you choose to close one's mind to go and open yourself up? You don't. You don't do anything. It's just cause and effect. It's just cause and effect of ever new impermanent nature. I noticed that I've memorized a lot of sayings. I've memorized a lot of teachings from, you know, teachers that I consider to be higher than me or more wise than me. And there's a lot, the Zen masters of the past, of like ancient China, they will give this teaching. They will say, hey, those fake Zenists, those fake Zen teachers who just go on memorizing sayings and then giving, you know, regurgitating them. And it's really true. But I don't know how many Zen monks would be prepared for this, you know, this way of doing it through live streaming. I've probably got to let go a little bit more of the being tuned into the algorithm and, you know, trying to hook people in, because it's just hopeless. They're not going to get anything out of that, really. But it's nice to have this space and to kind of have a gathering, as big or small as it may be. I'll probably have to write a book if I want to reach more people that are, really interested in this kind of stuff. But I don't think I could write a book. Yeah, whatever. Okay, Ava, I always feel what I believe, peace, productivity, creativity, when any passing or conceiving of any thought feels gone. Thinking has always been a bit stressful, like an incision. Yeah, to kind of be in the way, in the flow of life as it's happening, and sometimes that means you're just in the flow of watching a movie or overeating or, you know, um, cycling in something that you don't want to be cycling in, right? That you don't want to be cycling in. You just have to accept and go beyond that in that, rather than trying to reject it or control it. Because all of that's coming from this place of we want the body to be eternally healthy, we want to be beautiful, we want our minds to be beautiful, etc., etc. So that desire is, well, it's hopeless, but also it's the cause of suffering anyway. So just more in that modality of allowing. More and more in that modality of allowing. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, so it'd be very difficult for me to write a book. And my thoughts are very fractured. And to let the ego fall apart, to let our hopes and dreams dissolve in the acid of awareness. That's not from a Zen master, that's from me. Don't call me a weirdo, Bob. That's not nice. Do I believe in romantic love? I mean, I believe in failure to launch with Matthew McConaughey. I mean, I've seen that movie. It's been a while, but I've seen romantic, movies like Titanic and things like that. You just have to realize that, for most people, in turn, that you and me are not special. You're not special and I'm not special. That we're human beings and we like to feel pleasure and we don't like to feel pain. Right? We're kind of subject to these 8 worldly winds of profit and loss, status and disrepute, pleasure and pain, whatever the other ones are. So we're subject to these kinds of dualities. You see what I'm saying? And so in that, the romanticism, the storytelling, the complicated ideas and beliefs that we kind of aggrandize are much less authentic and special and real than we make them up to be. It's just convenient for us to add on layers of stories to pleasure and to pain and pleasure seeking and pain avoidance. It doesn't mean you can't really like someone and enjoy being with someone, but your first step is this romantic love story, and then eventually when that goes unchecked, it becomes this twin flame, spiritual, psychotic, schizophrenic delusion about specialness, and the whole world has something to do with you wanting to have sex with this other person or eat food with this other person or what have you. It's okay, we can do those kinds of things, you know what I mean? But so much of it is surface level as well. And then we just get complacent or we get used to a certain environment and we're comfortable with that. So we want to make up some special reason for why we're comfortable in that, why we have to stay in that. And ultimately, it causes more and more problems, more and more trouble when we can't cut through the bullshit and just see anger as anger, greed as greed, delusion as delusion, and make a choice. Is this something that we want to incorporate into our lives or lift up in our lives or not? One day, Matt, you will be, if I'm a good teacher, then one day you will be free of that idea. Good. The more clean bowls, the better. And when we don't know how to stop. We don't know how to stop thinking. We don't know how to stop aggrandizing. What it really means is that we don't know how to stop bullshitting. And if all you know how to do is bullshit and be convinced of your own bullshit, no offense, but this is how it is, then you're not going to be able to do anything practical with your intentions, with your considerations, right? So it's like all the people online who want to build an intentional community, spiritual community, things like that. You know what I mean? But they're totally inequipped to do that. Or all the people who spend time, trying to be a streamer and trying to do this and trying to do that when they're totally inequipped to do that. And so there's all this wasted time and energy because we don't know how to cut the shit of our own ego, of our own thoughts, of our own etc., 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 to just say stop. And to look deeply. And what we see when we look deeply is awareness. We see egolessness, we see selflessness, we see impermanence. We see things as they are, and we get back our intuition. I was talking, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I was talking to must have been like a 10-year-old boy, 12-year-old boy or something like that online. And I was just talking to him about mindfulness and about how important it is to be able, when your thoughts and your emotions are getting weird and dysregulated, etc., to just be able to go back into your breathing, to go back into your center, to go back into awareness. You see what I'm saying? And you can't, because online is like a field for predators, because children are neglected, because children aren't taught the proper ways of being deeply aware of themselves and kind of empowering and individuating themselves, right? And what I was saying is that you can't train people for you can't train children for every kind of scenario and situation that's going to come up that they're going to have to deal with. But what you can do is turn their attention back to their own awareness, and that's where their intuition is. So they can see clearly and easily, oh, that's a good guy. Oh, that's a bad guy. Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is okay. Oh, this is safe. Oh, this is dangerous. But when we lose our capacity to cull thinking and come back into awareness and actually just to be deeply present and aware, we lose all of our intuition. We lose our capacity to determine between high-tier memes and low-tier memes, right? We lose our capacity to determine if someone is being authentic or being disingenuous, because we're turning away from the essential to the non-essential. So it means our entire perspective and our way of operating is backwards. So, come back to awareness, return to awareness. Intuit back onto awareness. Ego is just like a general term for the self idea, for the self concept. And so, as we're in a state of belief in that self concept or working from that perspective of a self concept, there are varying layers, right? So, like layers of ignorance and attachment versus mindfulness and detachment, or awareness and freedom versus non awareness and imprisonment in thoughts, in complicated desires and fears, etc. So the intention is just like pointing back to your own capacity to actually make a decision or look at why you're doing what you're doing. And this is just to be self-reflective so that you can see the more subtle but still gross layers of the ego or of this self-perspective. But awareness is not something that needs to be understood. There's nothing to understand about awareness. It's like you don't need to understand that this tastes good or that tastes bad, right? And yeah, there are side effects and there are things that we intuit as a people through experience, but that's also not your understanding. That's more like memory, like communal memory, communal experience that's built up and then is transmitted to you. Meditation will never work. Meditation will never, ever, ever work. So you should see meditation as a way to play or a way to be in the way of open and gentle and relaxed and freedom and at peace. To be at peace. So it's like, do I stop being at peace, or what about this, what about that? It's all for you to just throw into the bin. So meditation is just you choosing to be at peace intentionally and consciously. And if you have a good mind, if you have a good perspective about it, right? Then you will always be making the choice to be at peace. You'll never not be making the choice to be at peace. It's just dreams. It's the same quality as dreams, so why would there be special importance to it outside of dreams? Right? Why would there be more special importance to it rather than dreams? So it's dreamlike. It's experienced in that way, and the characterizing factor of what a dream is that we can wake up from it, is that we can see its illusory nature, you know? So for children, if we're thinking about the children and raising children and working with children, the last thing they need is you whining on about your visions and your dreams and trying to interpret them or trying to get the children to interpret them. What they need is that presence and that awareness and that wakefulness, right? They need you to wake up from your dream, whatever that dream is. Ah, ha 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 ha. You could focus on your breath. Your breath could become a source of wakefulness. Your breath could become a source of awareness. Anything could be or become a source of awareness. Well, it's like you've made your own bear trap, you've set it for yourself, and then you're stepping in it. And then you're kind of Jim Carrey-esque. I don't know if you ever seen Jim Carrey, but he like steps in a no. He went Jim Carrey. He went into the guano cave or something like that to get the white bat for the village people. And he ran out of the cave because he's really afraid of bats. And then he's looking at his foot or something, and like there's a bat on his foot that he's super scared of, and he's like, wah, wah, showing everybody. He's looking at his foot. So you've got to, well, in one way you can dissolve the whole trap and the whole story and the whole ego and the whole game of you being in suffering. You know what I mean? And on the other hand, you can begin this process of not like pointing to this trap that you're in, but just putting your hands on it, putting your attention on it, putting your awareness on it, and opening it up, and opening up that trap and taking your foot out and realizing that you don't need to be suffering in that way. And that your ego has become established or rooted itself in this story of suffering that you're perpetuating unnecessarily. It doesn't mean that it's not suffering or it's not difficult or painful. It's just you don't have to put yourself in your own trap. You can see that it's a trap, and through seeing that it's a trap, you cannot step in it. It's Lux says it can't even be called spirituality. The astral projection stuff can't even be called spirituality. It's a form of lucid dreaming, or it's very comparable to lucid dreaming. It's a want and a desire for special experiences. Period. It's a want and it's a desire to be a special person. It's a want and it's a desire to feel pleasure. That's all that it is. So can it be profound and mystical and interesting? Sure. But it's not any more real than potatoes or tomatoes. So if we say, well, is astral projection real? Okay, sure, it's real, and so are tomatoes and potatoes. And if you're hungry, as many people in the world are you going to feed them your astral projection in Atlantis? Or are you going to give them a potato? Rope flows gold, taught a restless soul how to be bold. Mind like a fortress, peaceful like a sea. He seen through the fog, now he guided me. Meditations in the morning, sunrise and two. Breathing in serenity, sky so blue. Wild visions in the night, demons took their toll. He showed me how to center, find peace in the whole jungle of the modern life. His words cut clear, a lighthouse in the storm, no fear, he's near. Bante, Bante, master of the mind, guiding me to moments where true peace I find. Bante, Bante, wisdom in his hands, on the noble path he helps me understand. Temple bells chime, reality unwinds, calmness, gentle dance, no rewind. Bante spoke of Dharma, teachings of the wise, cleared the clutter, opened up my eyes. Nirvana in the distance, steps so small, journey with his presence, never let me fall. Mindful steps, every lesson clear, taught to let go, no need to steer. Compassion is my compass, love without bounds, with Dante's grace, inner peace found. Dante, master of the mind, guiding me to moments where true peace I find. Dante, wisdom in his hands, on the noble path he helps me understand.
bells chime, reality unwind, guiding me to moments where true peace I find. Bounty, bounty, wisdom in his hands, on the noble path, he helps me understand.
That is unintentionally my 7 a.m. alarm. And it's very problematic. The teacher-student dynamic, the charismatic leader, it's very problematic. Buddhism in many ways is a cult. Being a monk in many ways is being a cult member. And, it came to my mind this morning that in somehow there is a deconditioning from that monastic culture and that Buddhist culture where, pride for the monastics is so encouraged. And, this dynamic of being above normal people, etc., is so encouraged. Well, Lux, that's also a dualistic position that's problematic because it's also taking the position of the guru on your side to know the mind of the other. So we don't really know the mind of the other. Only awareness knows the minds of everyone, of anyone. And is awareness really something that knows? Doesn't seem like it. Can use like the word everything. But you have to keep it simple because if you don't keep it simple, it gets into like schizophrenic spirituality. Awareness is a response. You need to let people be. You need to let people be aware. You need to learn how to give without expecting something back. Children are being forcefully disabled because they're being forced to fit into this comment and response narrative of living in the world and interacting in the world. You say what you say and leave it at that. I say what I say and I leave it at that. Nobody needs to respond a particular way or a certain way. It's a certain kind of toxicity in that. When are you going to respond in the way that I expect you to respond is toxic. You see? It's authoritarian. It's diminutive. It's an attempt to dominate. It's a subtle and unconscious push to dominate the other human being. And the reason that a lot of people are aggressive is because they grew up being dominated, not nurtured, not supported, not facilitated, not collaborated with, barely protected. But they grew up in a culture of domination. Children are systematically dominated in American society. That's how they're raised, through domination, through suppression, through forceful control, through forced institutionalization. Children are forcefully institutionalized in America and systematically neglected. Humans are different, but awareness has no differences. There is no differentiation in awareness. So that's why if we can develop a relationship with awareness, our life will be better off for it. And the lives of the people around us will be better off for it. Well, what do you mean by that? What's the alternative? Sure, laugh through it. See how far your laughter can go. But you have to be careful about exaggerating. We were trained to exaggerate our emotions, our reactions, our thoughts, our responses, everything. We were trained to be in almost like a constant state of exaggeration. And this is not something that you want to perpetuate in your meditation. But you can experiment a little bit with it. Seeing our own disingenuousness is a really helpful tool for decoupling from the narrative of the ego. And the alternative is to be in relationship with children, not through domination, but through awareness and through reverence. And self-sacrifice and generosity. But, children die every day. Well, Katie, it's basically you have to take on the impetus or the encouragement to embody that or learn that yourself or remember that yourself. Because what's being transmitted to children is, especially at the early age, is like a kaleidoscope. Children's minds at a young age are like a kaleidoscope of awareness. And so what's being transmitted to them is not how you talk to them, but it's actually the structure of your brain is being transmitted to children, literally, your children, your babies. So you have to, I guess you don't have to, but this is what I would do, is to identify and start to work on and start to address and start to embrace your greed, your anger, your delusion, your lostness in thinking, and begin to forgive that in yourself and transform that into awareness. Transform that anger into a willingness to listen to suffering and not be frustrated by it. To transform that greed into a way of giving, a way of practicing generosity more seriously, and to transform that delusion, that is a big one, to an awareness of non-thoughts, to awareness of non-thinking, how little your thoughts actually matter. Because thinking is a very gross way, like gross versus subtle way to work with your mind and to work in reality. Children, in many cases, become the dumping ground for the thoughts, the incessant, nonstop, complicated, compulsive thoughts that are infused with greed, anger, and nonstop, complicated, non-practical thinking, the children's minds become the dumping ground for all of those parents' thoughts. And they're totally impractical, they don't have anything to do with anything, and they're just dumping thoughts into the children, you know, and then these egos are almost born out of mental illness in many cases. And it's not just negative, debilitating mental illness, it can also be positive, destructive illness, right? Ignorance and attachment faced internally or faced externally. Yeah, so that struggle is the releasing point. And the noticing of that struggling is the releasing point and the opening point and the unfolding point. Right? The beauty of the mirror is that the mirror doesn't have to deal with all your emotional baggage and your trauma, so it can just show you as you are. Right? So this is like a mirror of awareness. And we can actually see through. The ego is like transparent, the self-identity, and the story of the sufferer is transparent. So if we have a clear enough mirror and our eyes can be open enough to look at that mirror, we can see ourselves as we are, which is selfless, storyless, egoless, identityless, etc. This is to recognize awareness, and this is liberation, or certainly liberatory. Sue, M. Can I have yogurt? Okay. I just know, realizing more, you know, that the teacher-student duality is not, it's not really the point of this. I was listening to a talk from Rupert Spira this morning, and I said, you know what? He's a smarter guy than me. And he was just talking about, he asked his students, he asked the people in the audience, and those people probably paid to be there, I guess, I think, I don't know. So there's something to look at in the duality of that, but he asked the people in the audience, he says, who here believes that they are one of my students, one of my my devotees? And like 4 people raised their hand out of a group, and he said, those 4 are the misguided people, because actually don't get stuck into any dualistic framework. Okay, let me point something out to you here, Katie. When I am deep in feelings and I see my feelings, stay with that, because what you're adding on to that, causing others to feel a certain way, I should step away and meditate instead of feeding into it, these are just added thoughts to your interpenetration of awareness into the feelings, into the experiencing. So that's where the magic happens. It's not in the thoughts that you have about how those feelings or how your identity is connecting with the world and how other people are receiving it, we actually have to give that up. We have to give that away. We have to abandon that. It's a gift of a certain kind, but it's a gift that we have to learn to give away. And then to just be with the feelingness itself, especially use the body as a tool, because if your body wasn't there, you're not going to be thinking about what other people think, or getting furiously angry at how noisy it can be or whatever. You're just going to be going into awareness. See it as it is. This is the thing that we miss out on. It is this way. This is the way that it is. Just like if you were sitting here, Katie. Is it Katie? If you were sitting here, Katie, and I was hitting you on the forehead again and again with this little metal spoon. It's not going to hurt you, but it's a little bit strange. This is what it is. This is what it is. But we kind of extrapolate this rainbow of complicated thoughts from the isness of this experience, and we have to know how to not do that. That's what this is kind of about, not doing that, knowing how to not do that. And to rather, instead of reflecting on all our thoughts about our ego and our identity and our lives and all the people in our lives, to reflect upon this awareness. And to allow the shittiness of our life to be a part of that. To allow the shittiness of our life to be the reminder for that. Yeah, Blue. Well, I'll sell it to you, Katie. How much do you want to, Katie Grace, how much do you want to spend for it? I'll send it to you. Anything's possible for the right price. But it's not easy to get me out of bed, so. Yes, Rose. I think that'll probably just about cover my Am, can I have another tea? Okay. Thank you. Oh, very nice. Why are you asking if I'm gay? I'm not a monk. I'm a monkey. Why are you asking if I'm gay? You know, it's not a good idea. I mean, I understand, you know, there's this equating the LGBTQ movement with the civil rights movement of black people, black men and women and black children. And I don't think that's appropriate, honestly. If you look at gay rights and the LGBTQ movement, a lot of it is about sexual desire, especially in the modern context. A lot of it is about that. And, you know, it could be not about that. It can be not about that. But when you're having gay pride parades and these kinds of things that do happen, and just the general vagueness of, you know, American culture and American people's perspectives and how they go about things, and that's just a human thing. We're a lot more vague than we think that we are, culturally and socially. It's not a good idea to be, you know, getting people so worked up about what they have the sexual desire towards. It's not a good idea. It's not appropriate. Now all that's to say, you know, I don't agree. I don't want anybody to be oppressed. I don't want anybody to be pushed down upon. But if your gay rights or your gay pride is about what you sexually desire, if it's a pride about what you sexually desire, then that's stupid. That's totally stupid. And, you know, the police aren't raiding gay bathhouses anymore in San Francisco, so maybe people need to calm down a little bit. You know? Well, and it's not just about gay people, it's about anybody. If you can't, if your identity and your ego can't see beyond what you sexually desire, then that's something that you should probably work on. Well, this isn't about what you're tired of, Dope Wolf. Get that out of here. Nobody cares what you're tired about. Okay. Well, maybe somebody cares, but if I don't like it, I get it out of here. Derp Wolf, send me a picture of you, or you won't be allowed to talk here anymore. Well, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Well, Luke, you know, what if I come over there and kick your ass? Is it going to be serious then? Is it going to be a laughing matter then? You tell me, Mew. You tell me what a lamplighter is. Is that what I am? Am I the lamplighter? Am I the one that lights the lamps? I went out to eat the other night at an Indian restaurant. And I met a group of Saudi Arabian women. That really happened. Now get it together, Luke. It is just awareness, just wakefulness, just awareness. Not funny or unfunny, not serious or unserious. I've never met Saudi Arabian, I had never encountered a group of Saudi Arabian women before, so it was a new experience. Because people have different cultures, they have different backgrounds, they have different experiences, etc. There's a lot of things that we might like or we might want, but even if you got that, you would still be suffering. So what is it that you really want? Do you want to get something else and keep suffering, or do you want to end suffering now? What are we talking about, Blue? Nothing happened. We said hello, we talked a little bit, that's it. Basically nothing happened there. You're welcome here, Derp Wolf. Just get it together, okay? Bring your attention into awareness. Don't get caught up in those thoughts of yours, all right? Luke, what did I just say to Derp Wolf? Get it together. Get it together. Stop fixating on all those little thoughts that are popping into your head and return to awareness. Ha 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 ha. You got it? Do you got it, Luke, or you need me to come over there and shake you up? You're going to get yourself in big trouble, Luke. There ain't no fun here. There's just raw, unfiltered suffering that you can't turn away from. Let it kill you. Let it go right through you. F.L. Mako said Luke needs to relax. You got to relax, Luke. Even F.L. Mako is saying it. What I'm saying is maybe you'll get what you want. Maybe you'll get your wish. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't happen. But if all you can do is keep focusing on what you want and whining about why you can't get it or this or that, all these different elements, and you can't you can't remember Nibbana, remember awareness, remember the end of suffering right here and right now. That's right, that's what the mind says. But if I get that one thing, if I get that new phone, then I'll be happy. Then my live streaming career will take off. If I get that one cup of cappuccino, everything will turn out fine. No, whatever. Just let it go. Just let it go and let it be. So that you and me can be free. You can quote me on that. If you want to keep watching, go onto the YouTube channel, Monk Life Meditation, because it's time to go for a walk and I'm not going to be live streaming with two phones that way. I pay to you.
Yeah. You want to pay?
What is it?
Do you want to pay by cash or card?
Cash.
For you, it's $70,000. It's a cappuccino and a yogurt. Gift for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A gift for you, okay? Labubu. Hello? Is the live stream working? Sadhguru has a meditation that he teaches. And what you do is, as you're breathing in, you say the mantra, I am not this body. And as you're breathing out, you say the mantra, I am not even this mind. So you could try something like that. There are many things to try concerned with relaxing suffering into awareness. Many things. You can try many things. Anxiety is most important to those people who feel anxiety. So if you feel anxiety, it means that you need to feel that anxiety even more deeply and even more fully. Did you know that? Did you understand that? Because that anxiety is calling out for you. Calling out for your care and your attention and your love. No way out but in. Accept it. You're going to die. Your life sucks. Stop complaining. Eat it. You have to eat the shit. You have to drink the piss. You have to digest it. You have to take it in. There's no other choice. Constantly trying to distract yourself or trying to avoid that internal experience of suffering is not going to help anything. It's never going to work out. It'll never work. So you have to actually chew on those blades of suffering. You have to try to allow all of that suffering to kind of bleed you into awareness, to bleed you into acceptance, because there's no other choice. No other choice. It can be kind of like a gift in that way. And when people get into these kinds of situations and positions, um, you become weak mentally. You're not willing to really do anything because everything that you can do and that you are doing is just sinking and soaking and suffering and horribleness. So if you can, don't do anything. Just embrace and accept everything as it is, right then, right there, right as it is. The more horrible it is, the more open to it you have to be. Yeah, this is definitely partly major pain uh coded, partly. Every time you clench, that's the relaxation point. That's the reminder. Lucky you to have a reminder like that. The reminder of clenching to release and relax clenching. Nico, you come over here, I'll slap you 2 ways to Sunday and I'll show you what new age spirituality looks like. I'll show you what it feels like. You want to get new age? I'll show you what new age is. I don't know. You'll have to go and ask the white monks if there's any racism towards them. But what does it matter anyway? Why? How is it going to impact your life if white monks get racism or not? So just let it go. Just don't think about it. Hello, how are you doing? Good, good, good. Good, good, good. What do they say? They say the shit on your hand is worth a bunch of shit in the toilet. So wash your hands of all the complicated thinking. And if you can, stop shitting in your hands and just release into the toilet of awareness and stop identifying with the story of yourself. Yeah, we all have to prepare for death because death is coming for us one way or another. Doesn't matter what you do, death is coming for you. What's that song? 1, 2, better tie your shoes. 3, 4, the devil's coming for you. 5, 6, get your pickup sticks. 7, 8, the Buddha's never late. 9, 10, you'll wind up dead. 11, 12, etc. Well, if that's the way you see it, that's the way that it is for you. W's in the chat for death, everybody. Azidafat. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. We're all going to die. Okay. This is the right way. Because the society, the culture is on the surface. But if you make an incision in the belly, you will see inside. Oh my God, very nasty, dirty. So, we can't say that we don't like to feel pleasure and we don't like to not feel pain. We can't say that. But what we can say is that we can see through the need for pleasure. We can see through the need for pain. So how could you do that if you weren't enlightened? You know what I mean? Wow, we're getting a lot of donations today. Thank you, everyone. What do they say? They say, the money in my pocket is the happiness in your heart. So I hope you're enjoying it. Brooklyn. Brooklyn bagels. Whoa. Achoo! 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 Achoo, it's okay. Whee! Achoo, achoo. Hello. You have the cappuccino here? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Yeah. You can only have so many cappuccinos in a day before your cappuccino receptors start to break down. So have a good one if you can. Wow, look at this 7-Eleven, Albuquerque. I've got some good friends in the Albuquerque region, Santa Fe area. If you ever get the time, you can maybe go up to Upaya Zen Center in Santa Fe and you can check that place out because that's the place I got my start. That's the place that saved me from my schizophrenic, psychosis, depression lifestyle that I was living. Upaya Zen Center. Go and take a look. To release the story of yourself. Oh, Azirafat, can I get a cappuccino? Hot cappuccino? Yeah. To here. Oh, okay. Azirafat, Monfak, Amo Bonsu Takamunifak. Oh, wow. Thank you, John. Look at my face. You can see I'm overfilled with joy with everyone's generosity this morning here in Vietnam. Well, it is what it is, Luke. I wish you the best of luck. I hope everything works out for you. Maybe next time you'll spend a little bit less on Roblox and you have a few more dollars in your account. Everything is changing all the time. Everything that can be a thing is changing. Come on. So the question is, can you change with it? Luke, if you need some money for Roblox, all you gotta do is let me know, okay? Aha. So then it's time to stop worrying. It's time to stop worrying. It's time to stop thinking. It's time to stop all thoughts. It's time to change our book. Oh, that's everybody. Everybody is on the brink of death and collapse and Holocaust and whatever you want to think about it. So don't take it personally. Don't take the shittiness or the confusingness or the whatever of your life personally. It's not personal. It doesn't have to do with any kind of personal story. There's a body, there's a mind, so there's going to be suffering and difficulty and confusion and everything. Because this body is temporary. This body is sick. This body is a old age. This body is a pain. This body is a suffering lifestyle. So the suffering isn't personal. And when you can't let go of that personal idea as it relates to suffering, that's when you get yourself into trouble. The suffering is not personal. It's not about you. It has nothing to do with you or your thoughts about yourself. The suffering is like a universal suffering or a human suffering. Not about you yourself, nothing to do with you yourself. You is just an idea, you is just a thought. So if the thought of you is giving you a problem, then just drop it. The horrible, horrible, horrible sounds of the cars and bikes. What are you gonna do to those things that annoy you, to those things that frustrate you? Are you gonna go out to the street and start yelling at the cars, getting into a debate with how life happens to be unfolding? Or are you going to step back into awareness? What are you going to do? What can you do? Nam Tin Coffee. We're back, everybody. We're back. We're back, everybody. We're back, everybody. Is it okay? Is it clear? Can you hear me, everybody? Are we back? Hello, everybody. Are we back? Is the connection okay? So basically, it's not about increasing or decreasing anything. You can't increase or decrease awareness. That's the problem that a lot of people get into. They think they can increase or decrease awareness. Just to recognize awareness itself is liberation. So, do you want to be liberated or do you want to be working in this world of thinking and raising and lowering and comparing? Really, it's up to you. Hello. Mangalaba, stop trying to control shit. Just flush the shit so that you can be unafflicted and aware and ready to do whatever it is that you need to do. Like use the toilet, excuse me. So the work here is not to increase our awareness or to become enlightened or some kind of thing like that, but rather to recognize that there's a lot of greed within us. There's a lot of anger in us. There's a lot of delusion in us. We're crazy as all hell. If we're going to be frank about it, if we're going to be honest about it. You know what everybody has in common? All human beings have in common that they're basically as crazy can be. That's what we share in common. That's our humanity. That's our humanness. And as you begin to accept and digest how crazy you are, that's how you can begin to be effective in the world and effective in your own life. My greatest fear is that you'll follow me around like a demon or a ghost saying, "What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?" Fear itself is what is not to be feared anymore. Stop fearing fear. Let go and be aware. What your parents should have told you is they should have said, "Hey, I'm crazy, but I'll try to help you out as best I can." Oh, you're crazy, all right. See, the condemnation about being crazy is the problem. It's okay to be crazy, just like it's okay to be sane. It's okay to be bad, just like it's okay to be good. That's how we go beyond good and bad and start to help ourselves and everyone by recognizing awareness, by realizing awareness. Let's not be crazy together, okay? You want to be crazy together? I'm going to give you a spanking in front of the class. I am is just insanity. There is no I am. There is no one awareness. There's no such thing as a thing called awareness or I to be emming. To be or not to be crazy is to make a choice to let go of the nonsense, to let go of the thought of to be or not to be. So it's not a question, it's just crazy. This is the way that it is. Let's start there. And what is it? It's this. Consciousness is just like this. This is what consciousness is like. This is what awareness is like. This is what enlightenment is like. Someone said, "Can I bring my cat to the monastery?" This is the monastery. If your cat's with you, then your cat is okay to be at the monastery. It's up to you. It's an allegory, it's metaphorical. What are you doing? Why are you doing that instead of just being at peace in yourself? If you're down under, pick up your head and widen out your awareness to be free from suffering. To be free from non practical, complicated thinking. The hitchhiker and the galaxy are one. In emptiness, in nothing, in not oneness. Not one, not two, not nothing. So, what is not nothing? Not nothing is precisely not nothing. Oh, we got to keep going. Go beyond the going. Think beyond the thinking. Ooh. How much is it?
Me,
Yeah.
please take a look.
Thank you. I was thinking about Hoobastank, and I guess you want to bring up the music again. We can talk about it. Firstly, Amitofo. Are we live? Is our connection okay? Is our connection stable, everybody? Firstly, we should listen to the music of awareness, not Hoobastank. You know that song, right? I'm not a perfect person. There's many things I wish I didn't do, etc. I'm not a perfect person. You know that song. So that's okay. That's a good message. That's a fine message. But once you start listening to that song and you start whining and wailing about not being a perfect person, who cares? Alan Watts said, once you get the point, hang up the phone, or you're going to be really annoying and complaining. So you have to be really careful about listening to the music because it gets you wrapped up in weird thinking. It gets you wrapped up in identity. So don't be wrapped up. Be widened out. Be opened out together with awareness. Definitely not tool. None of that stuff. None of that stuff is good. So listen to the music of awareness. And if you can't listen to that, you can listen to some Buddhist music, some Tibetan chanting, stuff like that. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're all moving. We just are not going the right way. How is it possible after all this time to still not be going the right way? But I don't want to go backwards. We have to go the wrong way to go the right way. Otherwise, we'll go backwards. Oh, communism is better. Or is it? Why are we thinking about communism? Are we politicians? So just let it go. All that super complex thought, flush it. Flush it into the toilet of awareness. We're all moving on a journey to nowhere, taking it easy, taking it slow. No more worries, no need to hurry, nothing to carry. Oh, 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 oh. Could have been worse. They could have got a hold of you. They could have done all kinds of things to you. So just be grateful for the way that it is. Because as shitty as it is, there's probably a lot of nice things, probably a lot of good things that you can appreciate. So be more appreciative of you. Be more appreciative of the way that it is. What's this? Because people will look at you, they think they will know you. But if they looked close enough, they would realize that they didn't know you. Just an idea. Hello. What did your grandma tell you? Your grandma said if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Come on now. Come on, everybody. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat for awareness. W's for awareness. W's for this side of the road where there's a shade from the sunlight. Oh. Look at this, very beautiful. Look at this. Big W's for awareness. Non-judgmental awareness. Big W's for non-judgmental awareness. Come on, everybody. Let's make this a big day, a big moment. Yo. 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 Come on, everybody. Get that energy up. Let's start to make some moves, everybody. W's in the chat for non-differentiating awareness. Leave a like if you haven't already. Subscribe if you haven't already. Come on. This is it. This is our moment. Why would you lose your mind over here, bud? And that's the point. We're here to lose our minds. $5D. It's a sign. It's a sign from the simulation. $5D, tin fat. $5D, tin fat. Come on, everybody. We're losing viewers. Ooh. We're riding right now on the taxi monastery of present moment breathing, present moment experiencing. What are you talking about? Nothing to do? No. It feels peaceful. I feel untouchable. Well, nothing to do. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're talking about, but I hope that you can let it go, whatever it is. Look at this. Azidafat, Mofat, Namo Bonsutika Munifat, Ah. Nothing to do. You might be a little bit schizophrenic, my friend, but you're in good company. Don't worry about that. So this is Kwandeyam, the Bodhisattva of compassion, the archetype of compassion. Namo Ayirafat, Namo Bonsu Tikamunifat Suko. This must be a nunnery. And this is interesting because usually Bodhidharma isn't on this seat. Upstairs. Suko, okay. Suko, tell me, go upstairs. Suko, enlighten. We go upstairs. Suko, take us upstairs. Nothing to do. It's okay to be schizophrenic, but you have to accept that you are crazy. Oh, oh, Suko. Azirafak. Don't engage with nothing to do. They're going through something right now. Oh, this is all Kwanteyam Bota. This is not Buddha. This is an interesting temple. Caleb, what did I just say? You shut that mouth, Caleb. Don't make me come over there. Namo Guan Shu. Nothing to do. You're on your final warning, little guy. Very beauty, very beauty. Very beauty and very power. Oh, nothing to do. A little bit cranky today, huh? Let's see if I can get into a little bit of trouble here. Namo Kwanteyam Bota. 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 Namo Kwanteyam Kwante Ambota. Namo Kwante Ambota. Namo Airafat, Namo Airafat, Namo Airafat. Azirafat. Azirafat Sukho. Well, you got to look at it this way. This stuff is concerned with enlightenment, whereas all of your bullshit is just concerned with bullshit. So I'd rather have my shit that's concerned with enlightenment and revere that and consider that deeply rather than the shit that's just concerned with eating and sleeping and masturbating and whatever. You know what I mean? So you got to think about it that way. Sure, Morrow. I'm a vibrational healer if there ever was one. We got to go this way. But a lot of the vibrational healing stuff is not done by people who have a lot of power. It's just done by people who have a like of thinking about themselves to have power, and a desire to make money through that somehow. So, you can pay a lot for Reiki and all these different things, but it can just be very performative. Oh, it's just like this. It was so cloudy this morning when I got ready to go outside because I didn't sleep last night, but I thought I don't need my hat because it's so cloudy. But now the sun's out and my head could get burnt. Yeah, don't design your life to be about you suffering or being in suffering, but being aware of suffering and through that being free from suffering. That's a life worth living. That's a meaningful life. Sometimes I use Nunya, Nico. Actually, I use Nunya just about every day. Munia. Amo Bansuti Kamoni Fun. Namo Azirafat, Namo Azirafat, Namo Azirafat, Namo Azirafat, Namo Azirafat, Namo Azirafun. Yes, no smoking weed. Caffeine is not the same as weed. So the rule of thumb is to be very careful with intoxication, taking anything or using anything that intoxicates the mind. So be careful about that. That's the important, to be very careful. Oh my. I want to be clear about something for all of you beings who are here. Don't think. Stop thinking. And if you can't stop thinking, then just think about not thinking. Or else. It's just your ego. There's no I that can be awakened. What is I? I is just a thought. I is literally just an idea that you have, or an idea that arises. So, just as much as the idea of I can be there, the not idea of I can be there. The lack of the identity, the I idea, right? You can't spell idea without I, can you? So, so you have to be kind of aware of that. Yeah, we justify it. We think about it anyway. But what it is we like excitement. We like something that's exciting. So that's why we get more and more entangled. And then we justify why we use that thing, why it's helping us, just like fentanyl or whatever. So don't justify taking anything that intoxicates and overcomplicates your mind. Your mind is already intoxicated and complicated enough. Shush, River Cloud. Sinchel. Listen, the last thing we need is more functioning alcoholics in the world. The last thing we need is more justification for being ripped and flipped and dip and smoking weed or drinking alcohol or whatever. Give it a break. If you're going to have to deal with your trauma, you're already going to have to deal with your trauma. So, do you want to be high or drunk while you're taking care of your kids? Or do you want to be mindful and wakeful and present and clear? Look, look at this. There's a monk over here. Let's go see if he's enlightened or not. You all get it together, or I'm going to turn the chat off. Let's go see if that monk's enlightened. There's a Zen teaching. It says, if I can make you angry, then you have neither samadhi nor wisdom. So let's see what we can do with that monk over there. We're catching up to him. He's not walking too fast. Boy! Ah! Ah! See, that's what happens when you try to make a monk angry. You drop your phone. So be careful. Look, he's right over here. We're catching up to him. Boy. He's not enlightened, but he is a monk. Azira fuck. Azira fuck. So that's the thing. Even if the monk is enlightened or isn't, and who really knows? I don't know. But still representing the Buddhism, representing the Buddha very apparently. And that representation also gives like an opportunity for people to donate to the Buddha, to donate to the Buddhism, to be concerned with the Buddhism. So that's really valuable because the Buddhism is concerned with the enlightenment. So if you can donate, if you can give concerned with the enlightenment, then that's a good idea. That's a good thing to do. Okay, Craig, I'm going to take my heaviness and shove it right up your ass. How heavy is that for you? Is that heavy enough for you? Ah. No, he can't speak English. And he's not ready to talk. I communicate with the mind to mind communication, mind to mind transmission. That's right, Craig. You're just coming in here and blowing smoke and you got your ass kicked. You got spanked in front of everybody with all that heaviness. So you get out of here, Craig. Take your heaviness and go home. Azida fuck. Yes, mind to mind. How do you think we are communicating right now? You think we are just communicating according to sounds and words? No. This is my mind. That is your mind. So this is mind to mind. It's just that we get so caught up, we get so lost in words that we're not actually able to receive the mind of the other. If you can drop your ego, you can see mind directly. What do you think? Will evolution happen because somebody talked about it or explained it? Now people are trying to get me heated, but I'm not going to let the haters win. I'm going to let mindfulness and detachment win. Another person saying, "What are your fears? Tell me what your fears are." You might have took a wrong turn, my friend. Tell me about your fears. I'm going to take my fears and I'm going to shove them up your ass. Bye bye. Okay, ever. Let it go. Whatever it is, let it go. Don't hold on to it. No, just stop thinking. If you don't have to think, then don't. If you're forcing yourself to think, you're forcing yourself to try to understand, you're forcing yourself to figure out, then you're just making problems for yourself. You're just wasting energy. Step back from the thinking. Oy. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. Breathing out, I feel safe. All these stories, all these thoughts that we have about this live stream and like how people have been acting and what they've been saying, it's all bullshit. And you and your thoughts and your perspective and your opinion is the biggest bullshit of all. All your thoughts, all your ideas about this live stream, about what people have been saying, about what's happened here, is all totally 100% bullshit. It's just dukkha. It's just unsatisfactory nonsense. It's impermanent. And this appearance of separation that lets us build up these castles of thought is not real, is not true. Look at this tree. How can the tree exist separately from the soil? The very nature of the tree is the soil. So you say, well, just pick it up. Just pick up the tree and take it out, and then it will be separate. But it cannot be separated. Its very nature, its very being, its very presence is inseparability. Xin chào. So we've kind of been raised to be bullshit artists. We've been raised to spend our time and our energy and our attention on a lot of bullshit. And because of that, we've become addicted to making bullshit up. We're just constantly acting a fool, constantly acting stupid, constantly acting retarded. So you don't have to keep acting. And what a relief that is to not have to act, to not have to put on an act, to not have to be someone, to not have an opinion. That is meditation, being mindful, being aware of your breathing, because you can't be aware of awareness, because you're too stupid. You're too retarded to do that. So you have to focus then on your breathing if you want to get the juice out of this fruit that's being offered and being shared to you. So your comments are just nonsense, bullshit. I'm going to tell it to you straight. You're talking like a bunch of retards. And I hope and I pray that there's some more experienced, wise, and compassionate people in the background kind of listening and watching and, enjoying the energy. I hope that's the case. But they must not be that wise. They must not be that compassionate because they're not sharing. So we all have to do our part. But it's not my job to just sit here and let you continue bullshit after bullshit after bullshit and not call you out on it. This is the real deal. We're not here to play games with your ego nonsense. We're here to wake up. You flipping bumblebees. This is meditation. This is recognizing and remembering awareness. This is not being someone. This is not being somewhere. This is not some particular situation. So instead of just continuously talking out of your ass, blabbering on, listen and be. A lot of times the people that want to yap, 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 keep talking, they're the ones that need to shut up. And the ones who are standing back and they're shy, they're afraid to talk, they're the ones that need to get their boots on and speak up and share. And those people who keep yap, 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 yapping, they make the space so full of nonsense that those people who are a little bit shy, a little bit reserved, who it would do a lot of good for them to speak up, not just for themselves, but for everyone, they don't see the space. They don't feel the space to be able to do that. So be careful. Be very, very careful. They don't call me the bad boy of Buddhism for nothing. How you doing, sir? Nice to meet you. You having a good day today? Yeah, good day? Oh, very good. Very nice. Okay, okay. Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. People say, "Oh, how could you talk like that?" If only you knew the kind of people that I'm dealing with. If only you knew. This is what nobody's ever said to them before. So I'm here to say it. You can't use the same excuses that you used in your prison school, that you're being forced to be here. You're not being forced to be here. It's your choice. This is an elective class. So if you're going to be here, really be here. All right. Now when I turn this live chat on, I want to see a lot of apologies. I want to see a lot of, I'm sorry, Bante. Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Rob. I'll get it together. I'll change my ways. This is not a place for you to waggle around your little ego and flip and flap with other egos, okay? Let's get it together. Let's remember and recognize awareness. We're all here to have a good time, all right? So let's be careful, let's be deep, let's be mindful. Let's be strong, let's be brave, okay? There's a lot of surprises in store for today, but if you keep ruining it, how are we ever going to wake up? Hello, Azirafat. Should we sing a song together to get our spirits up? What song should we sing from the Plum Village Playbook? How about I Have Arrived? I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. All right. There you go, John. There you go, John. You. Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. We'll figure it out, everybody. No. Okay, thank you very much, Trudy. Trudy has just made a $20 donation to the Monk Life Meditation Fund, everybody. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Can I bring my cat? Yes, you can. We're going to do some real training today, okay, everybody? Oh. Come on, everybody. Keep those W's coming. Get your fingers to work. Everybody's lazying around. Well, I sweat my butt off here. How are we ever going to get to 1 million subscribers when you're just sitting there watching? Oh. Where will the monk life monastery be at? In the here and in the now, in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. What are you doing talking about chod, Nico? I thought you were. See, this is the thing. This is what I'm trying to help people with. They don't know the first thing about nothing. And then they're talking about the Tibetan Book of the Dead and advanced spiritual practices, and they're putting their nose in everything. They're called brown nosers. Listen. What is your relationship with awareness? What is your relationship with just being aware? That's the question, okay? What is your relationship with just being aware? That's your chart. That's the chart that you can handle, darling. I'm guilty of that too. And it's one thing if we go into those practices and those perspectives with a spiritual friend. It's another thing if it's just food for our ego going around and thinking. Which book did you read, Nico? Yo, yo, yo. Magic and mystery in Tibet, my goodness. Well, I don't know about that one. Chod is kind of like how we work to transform our like darkness, our evil, because all of us, we have kind of a darkness in us. We have a victim in us or we have an abuser in us, and or both. We have both in us. And it's kind of like when we go into that abuser mentality or when we go into that victim mentality, we get more and more entangled in self. And so it causes all these side effects of suffering. And chod is the idea of basically Opening your mind up fully to being the abuser, opening up your mind fully to being the victim, like completely going into that, like almost feeding what you fear. And it's a very dangerous practice. It's only for the initiated. People like to sell books, but they don't like to make arrangements to help people raise their degree of consciousness, to recognize awareness. So, yeah, sure. 3 month psychosis sounds right. That's normal. That's very normal. Here we go. She was kind of ugly. FM style. That's the location for our first monk life monastery. How about that? What about Deepak Chopra? Xin chào. Just being authentic, just being sincere, and going from there, going from that. We don't have to put on all these outfits and make up all these explanations. Just being available and being authentic. That can be enough to help. Just open up your eye of awareness. Stop falling into ego. Stop falling into how disgusting you can be. Yo shamaiga, lamban Johnson be go shui. Eki noi mana, bungan juri, ana zong, kiri me owa. Yung koi shamay kong boy, shimbayo kam banjo siya. Yo jizai wo, bang jivoi ne me de oi. How's our connection, everybody? Can I go upstairs? Yeah. Stop being defined by how disgusting you can be, and then your way of interacting with the world just being these branches off of your disgustingness. That is not a good way to live, my friends. Awareness is the answer. Yo, Monje Daya Bago Aja Monges. Yo, Waja Mangas Aja Gozo Veja, Monje Goze Rashi, Monje Goze Beke, Joy Abajo, Ego, Ejo, Yakas, Abajo, Boys, Vejo, The answer is awareness. I am awareness. I am in awareness. I am at awareness. This is awareness. Everything is awareness. Everything is awareness. Look at this. This is Krillin. Krillin is awareness. Krillin is awareness. And you are just like this. You think that you're a blue one or a red one or a green one. But who you really are is just like this, just awareness, just clear white awareness. And moment by moment, we're making these actions. We're taking these mental actions, physical actions, verbal actions that are painting this blank, clear, transparent awareness. So you have to be very careful about your actions. Otherwise, you'll paint shit all over yourself and you'll be wondering why you're getting in trouble. You're getting in trouble because you've been digging in the derriere to paint your sculpture. That's not what we're doing here. Okay? We're here to be strong and brave, all right, everybody? To be strong and brave. And I don't want to hear any excuses. This is the training ground. This is the place to do it, right? So why waste your time mucking about? How much is this hat? One, two, three, four. Okay, okay. I love Vietnam. Toyo and Vietnam. Toyo and Vietnam. Toyo and Vietnam. Do you have a change? Is it okay? Because we're addicted to excitement, we're addicted to involvement, we're addicted to thinking. But that's where all of our problems are, my dear friends. So step back from the addiction for a moment, for a minute, for a few breaths, to be aware. Thank you very much. I have a gift for you. Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. And off we go, fearless and aware. Basically, you forgot your nature. You forgot who you truly are, who you really are, which is just awareness, which is just transparently clear and present. Xin chào. Yeah. Let me know if we have any connection issues, everybody. Oi. Oi, Moni, oi. Oi, oi. Because there are many, many books, there are many, many thoughts, many ideas. Many ideas are possible, many thoughts are possible. So what? You need to learn the mantra of so what? to your own mind, to your own ego, to that little thinker inside. The little thinker inside, wah, 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 talking, talking, shut up. Or so what? So what? You go back to breathing. So what? You go back to awareness. You need money to live. So what? You go back to breathing. You go back to awareness. Don't fixate. Don't cling. Don't be stuck or lost in the nonsense world of complicated thinking. It's a dead end road, okay? It's not leading you anywhere. And if it does lead you somewhere, it's going to lead you somewhere that's impermanent, somewhere that's unsatisfactory, somewhere that doesn't exist separate from every other somewhere. You need money to live. So what? You come back to your breathing. You come back to awareness. You come back to walking in freedom. And what are we learning how to do? To not complain. Learning how to not complain. Practicing to not complain. Okay, to practice not complaining. To practice not commentating. Not complaining and not commentating. That's the magic. That's the power. Not complaining and not commentating. Your children are not your real children. Your real children are not your thoughts about your children, whether you have them or not. It's really dizzying. All these thoughts, all this grasping, all this attachment. So, you know, drop it. Don't commentate. Don't speak in declarative statements. We've got enough declarative statements right here. Is this yellow slime for 30,000 V&D? It's a heck of a deal. You know, I used to have a slime lab in Myanmar before it got shut down during the coup. Hello, xin chào. Xin chào, baby. Hello, baby. Xin chào. Maybe we can do a little bit of a slime workshop later. Who's got some big W's for a slime workshop later? What's everybody think? Is that a good idea? W's for our slime workshop, everybody? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought there'd be some big W's for that. Oh, I'm from America. Where are you from? Vietnam? Thanh Viet? Thanh Viet, Vietnam?
Yeah, I'm from Vietnam.
Mm,
My daughter.
yes. I haven't had a job in, yeah, that's a sad life, oblivious. Disingenuous. There's nothing sadder than disingenuousness because we lose our entire capacity to be human. You know what I mean? We lose our entire capacity to connect with ourselves and to connect with others in any meaningful way. So the last thing you want to be in this life, my friend, is disingenuous. You know, be humble, be open to not understanding, be open to having a new experience, be open to a new moment. Look what we're buying, everybody. This is where your donations are going, everybody. Thank you very much. Do you have the bag? Okay.
Yes.
Uh, you can put here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Bye bye. I don't think you can help me. I'm just looking around at the wares in your bazaar. Yeah. This a 2 million? This a 2 million or 5 million?
2 million.
2 million.
Yes, 2 million.
Oh, okay. Discount, right? Uh, you win some and you lose some, friends. That's just how it is. How about a PS5? That sounds good, huh? Play some games on the PS5 on the big screen. Well, we've got something that's even better than, thank you, even better than PS5 and even better than doom scrolling, and that's mindfulness. That's walking with mindfulness, walking out of our suffering and our confusion and our egos. Just like that. How can you say it like that? Shouldn't it be some kind of formula or some kind of belief or some kind of specialized practice or something like that? No. You just walk out, give out, bless out. The resolution is already there. You just haven't opened to it. So you have to open to the resolution of all of your problems and sufferings and confusions and etc., etc. To open out and to widen out beyond the ego, beyond the thinking mind, beyond all your bullshit. But it's the sugar. It's too much sugar for me. If I try to lose a weight, but I already have to. What tea with no sugar? Okay, okay. Just a tea with no sugar and the chocolate. What tea is possible? This one is okay, yeah. Mulberry with no sugar? No, that has a lot of sugar. Just this one, just no sugar. Okay. No, no, no. This one, this one. Coconut boba. Yeah. Normal size, small size. Here, here, up here. How about the Wi-Fi? Have the Wi-Fi? No, no. Let's go up, everybody. I found the perfect spot. Oh, 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 oh. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody, please. As many W's as I can give, as you can give, I can take. Uh-oh, what's going on? Wi-Fi. What the- We're gonna switch the Wi-Fi, everybody, so I want you to let me know if it's good or not. Now because we just switched over. Me, I'm the Monk Life Foundation. I'm the foundation of the Monk Life Meditation community. Let's get some big W's in the chat for our slime workshop, everybody. Oh.
What's happening to all of our viewers? Here's everybody going. I don't know what kind of tea this is, but we're gonna find out. Life just doesn't get to be the way we want it to be. Okay, here we go. Same consistency or different consistency? Ah, this is what I need right here. Like this, and you just put it on your head. It's cooling, really cooling property. That's nice. These are not premium slimes. These are just like everyday average slimes, but it's possible if we put some of this clay into it, that this slime might go from I'd give this slime about a 5 or a 6, um, all the way up to a 7 or even an 8. So what color, everybody? What color should we put in the yellow slime? What color should we put in the yellow slime? Blue it is. What's blue and yellow make? Let's see. Right. So take some of this. This table's pretty clean. This is a good clean table, actually. So we'll take some of this yellow slime over some this. Honestly, I don't know if we can save this slime, but we'll try. And green, okay. We'll start with blue. All right. Well, we've got plenty of slime to go around, so we can try some different things. Okay. So that's one blue with the yellow. That's a nice color. Oh, that is nice. And someone said some green, right? So why don't we add a little bit of green from right here? And add another green. Oh, a little bit of green right there too. This stuff by itself is pretty nice. And I think this needs a lot of clay, so I'm gonna put the purple in there too. Purple is one of my favorite colors. Let's see what this does. Ooh, some nice colors there. What color should we put first, everybody? What color should we put first? White, okay. And then next, what color next? Pink. Let's start with white. And we got two shades of pink, so let's do both of those shades of pink. Sticky. This we got a hole here, we got a damage, so we got to fix that damage. What color next? A red color, right? That's a nice red. Probably don't want to put that stuff up to your mouth. How about some orange? Let's try a little bit of orange. Oh, orange is right there. We can't forget the yellow. And one more, I really, this is kind of a nice flesh tone color. Let's get that one in here. Right. Now let's get some big W's to mix this all up, everybody. Wow. Oh, that's nice. That's mindfulness. Oh. How's it gonna be? How's it gonna go? Oh, the video quality is pretty good, huh, everybody? It's like you're sitting here with me. So you can message me or you can call me if you want to talk about what's going on or you want to reach me, even though I'm here on the video and the audio. That's my number on WhatsApp. It's kind of magical. You start to realize that you don't need anything. All of those ideas that you get about what you need, you need to get that new phone, you need to get that new video game, you need to get that new bicycle or whatever you get worked up in, right? Riled up in. That removes you from awareness. It removes you from having everything that you need in the here and in the now. It's not easy, but it's possible to let go of that kind of complicated thinking, that egoic thinking. It's like you're competing with yourself. You're competing with yourself to just be at peace. And instead of competing, when am I going to get the PS5? When am I going to get the new video game? When am I going to get the bike? All these things we think about and desire, we actually just step back from desire entirely. And that suffering and that stress and that seeking vanishes. You need to be more patient, fills off. You need to be very patient. Because you have a very big ego, fills off. Like a child in the cinema, we get caught up in the illusion. From this comes all of our vanity, ambition, and insecurity. We fall in love with the illusions we have created and develop excessive pride in our appearance, our possessions, and our accomplishments. It's like wearing a mask and proudly thinking that the mask is really you.
Xong nó đó là hiện tại em nó đi làm một ngày như một ngày 7 giờ sáng thứ ngày đến trên nhà mẹ nó vì sắp chiều nó đều làm gì đó trên vô nó em chụp vật nó nghe nó đi làm bên đó không có đâu về nhà không trong về nhà xong bên cái một cái cái này thêm cái người sai từ không mà sai mà để cái đầu cái tại sao cái giúp tôi trong khi phòng ra là nhà nó ở trong cái mẹ vợ kia con rồi sao nữa
Doesn't matter what you think, Phil's off. Your thoughts are delusional. You're too obsessed, Phil's off with understanding. Understanding's not going to get you anywhere. Drop the golden ticket. We've got nice fakes here, high quality fakes. Maybe they're not fakes. These are pretty good.
Loại inverter 12 kg và giá cũng chỉ còn 9.990.000. Còn có máy lạnh Daiwa một HP inverter thì phải nè, chỉ còn 7 triệu ngàn. Có như Sony cuối cùng review còn 11 triệu ngàn.
Hello. You have apartment here? Do you have apartments here?
Ở đây có căn hộ không?
No. Có.
All right, everybody, let's get some big W's in the chat. We are officially almost at 100 likes, only 3 likes away. We're almost there.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Ah,
Oh, helmet, huh?
ah,
Can you hold this for 1 second?
yeah, yeah. Yes.
You get this like this. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm very tired now because I didn't go to sleep last night. So now it's maybe 4 or 5 hours live streaming. So I tired. Well, I hope you got some good enlightenment today. We'll be bringing this live stream to an end. And in that ending, as in every ending, there is a new beginning. A new moment to remember. Remember, remember, remember. Awareness. To remember and recognize being aware. So I wish you all the very best of luck in your work and your endeavors. May you be easily satisfied and at peace with yourself in the here and now, in the way that it already is. May you be protected and safe. May you be free from all suffering. May you be free from all ego. May you be free from all fear. May you simply be happy and peaceful with the way that it already is. And as we finish off this live stream, let's get some big W's for 100 likes. 100 miniature donations. The donation of a mere button press. Okay, Ayirafat, thank you very much. This is the end of the line. Good night and good luck. Thank you.